So, good morning, everybody, and welcome to the first seminar session of ISCVEx 2023. Thank you all for joining so promptly. We appreciate it. Obviously, we've got a pretty packed programme today, so we'll try and keep everything running nicely to time. The first lecture today is the Hopkins Baldwin lecture. And Ron Bakker is going to be giving us that lecture today. We have the two gentlemen that the lecture's named after watching over us here. And the topic of the lecture is about how to offer good quality, but also make some money, because after all, we are all in business. As much as we appreciate our technical excellence and we try to do the best, we're all running some kind of business which has a commercial element to it that we can't ignore. I asked Ron earlier how he came into the industry, because quite often that's an interesting story. It's often a very convoluted route. However, Ron seems to have taken a fairly straight line into doing what he's doing today, in that he had an interest in music and a very keen interest in electronics, and kind of went for both of them at the same time, and found that a good home in the Yamaha Corporation, allowing him to kind of fulfill both of those sides of sometimes what some of us find are at odds with each other. So well done, Ron, for finding the golden path into the industry. So without further ado, I'm going to ask Ron to come and give us his lecture, please. Thank you, Ron.
Thanks a lot. By the way, that was 35 years ago.
I don't believe it.
Yeah, it's true. Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Ron. I'm a Dutch guy from Holland, from Amsterdam. And I work already 35 years for Yamaha Music Europe as systems marketing manager. That sounds more marketing than it is. My daily job is more focused to technology and the introduction of technology in Europe. Just a very brief introduction of our company. Our head office, the Yamaha head office, is in Hamamatsu in Japan. And worldwide, we have about 20,000 employees, all creating musical instruments and pro audio equipment. We're the largest musical instrument and pro audio manufacturer on the planet. And Nexo, which is a part of Yamaha, the head office is in Plailly. This is near Paris in France. Yamaha makes a lot of things. Pianos, guitars, hi-fi equipment, but maybe we're best known for our digital processors and digital mixing consoles. And we're pioneering that area since the late 80s. And Nexo is well known for the modular, high-quality modular loudspeaker systems. And together, about 5 years ago, we started to develop an approach to immersive sound and created immersive technologies and an immersive ecosystem together. So that's why I present both companies, and we bring that to the market as a company group, Yamaha and Nexo. My story is about immersive sound. That's a hot topic nowadays. And to approach it from the viewpoint of the investor. And immersive sound, if I walk around, will this still be okay, sound-wise? Okay. Immersive sound basically means two parts. It's about acoustics and it's about sound reinforcement. And when I talk about the viewpoint of the investor, it's about making money, to make sure that there's revenue enough to finance the productions and finance the venues in which all these wonderful productions take place. So on the screen, you will see appearing some companies who are now heavily promoting immersive sound technologies. And they're all loudspeaker manufacturers. And of course, for them, this makes sense, because for immersive sound systems, you need a lot of loudspeakers. So for a loudspeaker manufacturer, that's a very profitable business. And as I work for one of them, maybe it's a little bit dodgy that I'm trying to make the case from the viewpoint of the investor, but there are some valid reasons why immersive sound is also very interesting and very valid from the investor point of view. And with investor, I mean venues and productions. The basic question to answer is, why do we buy concert tickets? This is basically geared to entertainment, but basically the same thing goes for professional communication, like presentation systems. First, the material that we listen to with concerts is the same material as we would listen to on our home, in our home stereo set or our home systems. So there is a reason why we go to a live concert, and one of the reasons is to engage with the artist, to see the artist with real airwaves and with real photons is something different than listening at home to a stream or a CD. The second reason is that it's live. A concert is almost always live, and just like watching a football game is more interesting live than watching a football game on television from a month ago. Live is just more exciting. And another aspect is that you can go to a concert and enjoy a performance together with other fans of the artist or fans of the genre. That's a very strong motivator to buy a concert ticket. So these are three social parameters of reasons why we buy concert tickets. Then there's, of course, the visual experience. And in many cases, the visual experience can exceed the visual experience that you can enjoy at home or on a television, for example. Think about opera, where the scenery is a big part of the production, or a concert by Rammstein with all the explosions and the lights. So that's a very important part of the reason, but the most important part is, of course, the oral experience, the sound experience. All these components together represent the entertainment value of the production. And the entertainment value leads to a ticket price. The more entertaining, the higher the ticket price can be. And it leads to an audience size. The higher the entertainment value, the more consumers will be interested to attend and buy a concert ticket. Of course, we are approaching this from the sound point of view, so we'll go deeper into the aural experience, and we leave the visual for now, but that's a completely different discussion thing that maybe is okay for a next presentation by a video and light guy. This is about audio. The aural experience, so the quality of the listening experience, is determined, of course, by the performance quality of the artist. It's not determined by the composition or by the music piece, because you have the choice of listening at a concert or listening at home, and it's the same composition and the same piece, so that's not a differential parameter. The real difference is the quality of the performance of the artist. Especially for the acoustic arts, acoustics are, of course, very important. They can make or break a performance of an acoustic soloist or an orchestra. And if the performance is amplified, then the quality of the sound reinforcement system is a parameter. So the oral experience depends on those three parameters, at least in my story. There might be more, but I focus on these three. Acoustics and sound reinforcement are kind of technological parameters. We can influence them by designing acoustic spaces and designing sound systems. But acoustics and sound reinforcement quality heavily influence the performance quality. An orchestra will perform better in good acoustics. So the audience for the performance has two benefits. First, the sound is better for the audience, but second, the performers will play better, so you have a double benefit for the audience. It's a very strong relationship, and the same is true for sound reinforcement. If the sound reinforcement is perfect, you can have the artist can have a very good concert. If it's poor, there's a lot of feedback, then the artist will feel a little bit not so well, usually. Okay, I'd like to start with making the case for acoustic quality, because acoustics is an immersive thing. And the tagline here is that each genre, each music genre, needs its own acoustics to be at the top quality level. And to illustrate it, I made a short lineup of music genres, from cinema, rock, all the way to choir performances in churches, for example, for religious music. And each of these genres need, for example, their optimum reverberation time. There are two acoustic parameters that are most important for all of these genres, which is reverberation time and field strength. Field strength is a little bit complicated, but to make it simple, I just took the reverberation time. But of course, for each genre, there's also a field strength, a need for the accurate field strength to go with the reverberation time. The most, or the best way to offer this to the audiences and the performance is to build a venue for each music genre. This is absolutely the best way to support performances, but it's also the most expensive way, because you need to buy a lot of venues. And if these venues are built in a large city with 1 million plus inhabitants, then you might be able to fill the venue every day for concerts. There might be enough listeners interested to buy a concert ticket to do this. But in smaller towns, the occupation of the venue will be not 100%, because there will simply not be enough customers interested enough in the music genre to buy a ticket. So this is viable for large cities and large areas with a dense population, but not for mid-sized and small-sized towns and even villages. So the next best solution is to build performance spaces for a certain genre, optimized for a certain genre, but then allow other genres who are just at the left, lower RT, or the right, higher RT, to also perform in that venue, which means that only one genre has the perfect acoustics, but all the other genres who perform there have less perfect acoustics. And the genres further away simply cannot play in that venue because the acoustics are too weird and too different from what they need to have a reasonably quality performance. So as an example, maybe a city with 50,000 inhabitants or 100,000 can have a rock stage, a theater, a concert hall, and a few churches. This would take care of all the genres, and it might raise enough interest for customers in that area to buy tickets to concerts in these venues. Another way of dealing with this for smaller populations is to build a venue that is optimized with acoustics for the lowest RT music genre you would like to program in that venue. And in this case, it's, for example, a theater that is optimized for drama or cabaret. And then use an acoustic variable acoustic systems to extend the acoustics by mechanical means or electronic means to a larger reverberation time, to allow also all the genres on the right to have the perfect acoustics. So this is different from a compromise venue where all the genres who are not the target of the venue have worse acoustics, but this is just a variable acoustics which can optimize the acoustics for any genre up to a certain point. And this variability can go up to more than 100%, so more than double the reverberation time. Okay? An example of acoustic variability using mechanical means is the Symphony Hall in Birmingham, but there are many more halls who use similar methods, and I find this method very visual because you can see that absorptive panels can be put behind a reflective wall with a sliding system. So when the reverberation time has to be lower, the red absorptive panels are put in place, and when we need a higher reverberation time, you slide them away, and then the wall behind them is more reflective, and then the acoustics go up. It's a very, very simple system. Often you also see panels that you can flip, flipping panels. One side is reflective, the other side is absorptive, or curtains, of course, or curtains that are suspended from the ceiling, like banners that you can pull down or deploy or leave out. So these are ways to mechanically vary the acoustics in a venue. This is an example of a concert hall which also has a variable acoustic system. And all the black things, the black bits you see is the main PA and the lights. And you cannot see the acoustic system, which exists of more than 100 loudspeakers, but they're all hidden behind the fabric of the ceiling and behind the fabric of the walls. So the concert goer, the listener, will never see the system. And if it's correctly tuned, will also never notice that the system is in place because the acoustics match the performance that is going on in that room. The active solution tends to be a little bit more cost-effective than a mechanical solution. For example, a mechanical solution can also include a raisable ceiling, so you can raise the ceiling of a concert hall by 5 or more meters, and this is of course very, very expensive. And compared to that, an electronic solution is maybe a factor 10 less expensive. At the same time, it gives a bigger variability. More than 100% is basically impossible if you do it by mechanics alone. Another example, or a nice example that applies both methods, is the opera, the Castle Opera in Poland. They tuned, or they built the venue to be optimal for their opera, and in their vision, that's 1.4 second reverberation time. And they deploy banners on all the walls, and if they have a musical or a pop concert, they lower the banners and they can go down to 1.1 seconds. And if they have a philharmonic orchestra, they pull up the banners and they switch on an active acoustic enhancement system, and then they can go up to 1.9 seconds, supporting a philharmonic orchestra, for example. Last example I want to show is a little bit of an extreme example. Aukra is a fjord, an island in Norway, with about a few thousand inhabitants. And in Norway is a rich country. They will want to make sure, they're also a cultural country, they want to make sure that every community, every commune in Norway has a place to do art. So in this island a few years ago, the government decided to raise the money to give them a multifunctional, multi-purpose hall. And this hall is combined with a swimming pool, a music school, and a theater. And of course, that's the only hall on the island, so this hall has to do everything. So they went a little bit lower with the default acoustics to 0.7 seconds, so they can also do proper cinema seeing there. And with an electronic system, an active acoustic system, they can go up to 1.8 seconds, and they can invite the occasional symphonic orchestra to do a performance there. So that's a very small population, and by making the hall super variable, they can still program the hall and make it worthwhile and cover the operational cost of keeping the hall and keeping all the productions alive on that island. And this is basically the biggest part of the market for acoustic enhancement systems, immersive acoustic enhancement systems. So, the money question, because it all boils down to customers buying concert tickets. If we can apply high quality variable acoustics, then the venue, the hall, can support more music genres. And this way, the hall can earn more money in a limited population because you can program more music genres in the same space. So different music genres can have the optimum acoustics, and it's good enough for customers to seduce them to pay money for concert tickets. So this is my first case for applying immersive technology from the viewpoint of the investor. Then we go back to the overall oral experience, which was one of the 5 factors in the entertainment value. And we did acoustics quality, and now we go into sound reinforcement quality. And this is what all these loudspeaker companies are talking about, because the acoustics quality, the variable acoustics, exists already since 1980 and is now developed to a state that it's really, really good and good enough for opera and well-known concert halls to apply. And the orchestra often doesn't even know or notice that the system is in place. They're really high quality. Sound reinforcement, immersive sound reinforcement is now starting. We are now in the so-called innovator stage, and we're now at this moment moving to the early adopter stage. So innovator means test projects and very large projects who are trying out immersive technology. And now we see more mid-size and even small-size productions trying out immersive technologies and starting to invest in immersive systems. Okay. The tagline for sound reinforcement quality that we came up with is immersive is the new stereo. And I will try to explain why we chose this. The young generation, so between 20 and 35 years, if you observe them in their music listening behavior, you will probably see this. Everybody is listening to music on personal devices, streaming from Spotify or some other streaming platform. And this is massive. And the machines they use for this are headphones. This can be professional headphones with closed shells, or, well, I guess more than 90% of the cases it's wireless Bluetooth headphones that you don't even see if you don't know that someone is wearing them. The left graph is a study from 2015 from Canada, claiming that young adults spend about 7 hours of listening time on headphones per week. And also 50 to 80 years old, still 5.2 hours per week listening time on headphones, which I thought it would be lower. I couldn't find any newer data, because all the data I could find since 2015 is about headphone sales. And this goes through the roof. There are more and more headphones sold every year. But headphone usage is now probably way, way more than 8 hours per week. And just to be clear, a study from 2022 claims, in the US, claims that 87%, so almost 90% of the users use their headphones to listen to music. They also listen to other things, but for almost 90%, they use their headphones to listen to music, just to back up the claim statistically. Headphones are basically stereo sound reinforcement devices, but in the recent years, more and more devices start to have some form of immersivity in them. For example, headphones with accepting a binaural stream. And binaural means that a two-channel stream can give an immersive, a 3D impression of the sound signal. Of course, we have home hi-fi systems, which increasingly are not just 2 speakers, but 3 or 5. We're starting to add sound bars to our television set to have some kind of immersive experience. And don't underestimate the gaming market, where an immersive experience, binaural and as monitor in a gaming environment, is becoming also a standard. And in my hotel room, I saw this. This was the television, the Sony television. It's Viva Digital HD 3D sound with Dolby Virtual Surround. Something surround. So even an ordinary television in a hotel room claims to give some kind of immersive experience. So it's there, and it has become already almost a standard, not stereo, but immersive surround. So, the thing is that all the productions that we listen to, when we listen to our personal home systems, are made in a studio. And in the studio, the sound engineer or the composer or the artist is always in the sweet spot, in the middle of the loudspeaker system. Whether it's stereo or a surround system, that doesn't matter, he's in the middle. When you wear headphones, you are also in the middle of that system, because you have two loudspeakers and they're exactly at the same distance from your ear. So when you listen to headphones, you basically have the sweet spot, the optimum listening position for your sound system, and you wear it with you always. In the cinema world, they understood this already more than 20 years ago. Nowadays, there is, I think, no cinema in the world, no professional cinema in the world that doesn't have at least a 5.1 surround system to play movies. And usually it's 7.1, and the more expensive, the better. Cinemas have a Dolby Atmos or a Barco Auro system. So in that market, it's normal to provide an immersive experience. But in conventional live, SR, it is not. We've been concentrating, focusing on product development to make systems as loud as possible. And this is still a continuing thing. Live sound reinforcement systems become louder every year, especially in the low frequency range. We've invented ways to make the sound pressure level in the audience as uniform as possible, with maybe a few dB difference between seats. But that's a real, a big technological development. And as a result, nobody is in the sweet spot. Everybody hears a loud sound, but all the positioning information, which is the basis of an immersive impression, is gone. There is no immersivity, there's no spatial component in the sound field. And as a result, we basically mix, also with an expensive mixing console, we mix mono. Maybe the stereo synthesizer is put stereo on left and right, because if you hear one channel, you still hear the nice chorus of the synthesizer, but the rest is mixed basically mono. I'm charging a little bit. Okay, so in live sound reinforcement, we're a little bit behind on the personal audio world and the cinema world. They solved it, they are already on the path to providing immersive experiences, but live sound is at the beginning of that process. How can we improve? Two topics. The first one is called sweet line versus sweet audience. I will go into that later. And the second one is 1D versus 2D. First, sweet line versus sweet audience. Imagine a room, a concert hall like this, and imagine an audience in that concert hall. And then we deploy a stereo front of house system with two loudspeakers, one on the left, one on the right, and we will appoint 3 test persons to listen for us. And we listen not to sound pressure level, but to spatiality, so immersiveness, location, if they, being able to locate sound sources in the mix. And our job is to put a sound source, in this case the sound of a helicopter, somewhere right of the middle. Usually if you use the pen pot, then you would pen a little bit to the right, so the same signal on the right is a little bit louder, a few dB louder than the signal on the left. However, the listener on the left will hear the first sound coming from the left loudspeaker. And our brain is, the software in our oral cortex in our brain is focused on hearing the first sound. This is the direct sound from sound sources in our environment. And if there are sounds later, the brain will interpret them as reflections. So if the listener on the left hears the sound from the left loudspeaker first, his brain will think that's where the helicopter is. But the helicopter is, of course, not there, it's on the right. So he has a wrong spatial impression. The guy on the left will have the same problem because he's closer to the right speaker, and he will place the helicopter to the right speaker. And the only guy who experiences the helicopter on the correct position is in the middle, because he hears both loudspeakers at the same time, and then the difference in level will trigger his mind to believe that virtually the helicopter is a little bit right to the center. So we have a green line in the middle, and all the audience in this green line, they have a correct spatial impression of what we pan on our stereo system, but all the listeners on the left and all the listeners on the right, which is the big majority, like 90% or more, will have the wrong expression. So whatever we do, this is never going to allow us to have a spatial impression for all of the audience. And then, of course, these members of the audience will pay less for a ticket, or they will not come because the listening experience is not better than what they can experience at home. By the way, our headphone, if we listen to this mix in our headphone, we would be in the middle of the two loudspeakers. So we would be in the perfect sweet spot. Okay, we can solve this by adding a few loudspeakers in the middle. We're more or less used to LCR systems, so putting a small speaker in the center for dialogue, for example. But especially for the front part of the audience, that resolution is not high enough to create a spatial impression. And the overall agreement or the overall understanding is that at least 5 loudspeakers are needed instead of a left and right system to create some degree of spatial impression. There are many research papers on this from ITU and from all these companies, all these loudspeaker companies that gear towards the number 5. And if there's place and money, 7 is better, and 9 is even better, and of course, so on. So, the mixing console, or the renderer, the immersive renderer, because mixing consoles usually don't have this functionality yet, will mix the object, the sound object, to the loudspeakers, the 2 loudspeakers closest to the object. This is called vector-based audio panning, VBAP, and most immersive audio systems use this algorithm to place objects in a sound field. So they just calculate the 2 nearest loudspeakers, and then they pan the loudspeakers with level panning in between to where the object more or less is. And now all 3 test persons in the audience more or less can guess the correct position of the helicopter. So now not just the middle green line, the sweet line has the correct impression, but the whole audience, the sweet audience, has the correct impression. So by only adding 3 loudspeakers to the front of house system, we can widen the efficiency of the system so that the whole audience can enjoy an immersive experience. By the way, if the power that comes from this system remains the same, then where you usually have 2 very big, long line arrays, left and right, you can build this system with smaller line arrays and with the same amount of speakers, but then distributed to 5 hangs instead of 2. So it doesn't have to cost more. Maybe you need more amplifiers because every loudspeaker needs a discrete signal, of course. Okay. So, if we use a stereo front of house system, we have a sweet line, so a small percentage of the audience experiences a nice immersive sound field. And an immersive front of house system already with 5 speakers will result in a sweet audience where everybody in the audience can perceive the positions of objects and enjoy an immersive sound field. Same as if you would wear headphones in your personal listening environment. Both of these systems are 1D. That is, you can pan an object in a line on the front of the stage. You cannot go further than the left speaker and the right speaker, and you cannot go to the back and to the front. For this, we can apply a second technology, and that is called simply 2D. 1D is one-dimensional, 2D is two-dimensional. We can even add ceiling speakers to go three-dimensional, but I left that out for this presentation. So with an immersive front-of-house system, if we want to place an object out of this stage line, out of the 1D universe, then all the renderer can do is find the closest loudspeaker and put the object on that loudspeaker. And then, of course, everybody will think that the object is in the wrong position. So this doesn't work. We need to put more loudspeakers around the audience. It doesn't have to be much. Maybe 8 or 10 is already making a huge difference in the system. If you want a high resolution, you might need more. The bigger the audience, the more speakers you need. But maybe in this audience, already 5.1 would do. So if you have 5 loudspeakers in front of house to have a good resolution here, then maybe just one speaker there and one speaker there already improves the situation a lot. And then 7 speakers is better, and more is better always. So here, if we locate the helicopter to the left of the audience and reproduce it by that loudspeaker, then all persons in the audience will, of course, perceive that the helicopter is there instead of on the front line. That's a kind of an open door, but it's good to realize this. This is why you apply so many speakers around an audience. But this is not the only reason. There's also the discussion about effects. If you have a stereo or an immersive front-of-house system, and you apply an effect, that's usually a stereo effect, then all the listeners hear the reverberation, the acoustic response from a virtual room from the front. And this is, of course, not natural, because you all now hear the response from this room, also from the sides and from the rear. So in this situation, there is kind of a one-dimensional impression of the acoustics. We got used to that in live concerts. But if you think about it, it's not correct. It's less exciting than if you apply loudspeakers around the audience and use a multi-channel reverberation that comes from all around the audience. And then we properly hear reflections from all directions and feel enveloped in the acoustics. And we do a training tour through Europe, and we take a system with us with 16 loudspeakers on poles, and we demonstrate this. And the difference is, if you do an A-B comparison between the two, is huge. It really lifts the quality of the sound reinforcement of the performance a lot. So, also here the money question: customers buying tickets. We can go from stereo. We can take the step to go from stereo to immersive front of house, so from 2 loudspeakers to 5 or 7. We can go from 1D, only speakers on the stage proscenium, to 2D, so also speakers around the audience, and 3D if we also place speakers in the ceiling. This will increase the entertainment value, not just for the green line, but for the entire audience. And the audience will appreciate the better sound quality and can be seduced to keep buying tickets, so retain the audience. Or if we can do this better than a home stereo system or a home surround system or a binaural system, which is totally possible, then we can even have a higher quality, immersive quality in a live performance compared to a personal audio performance. So we can grow the audience. There's a reason for an audience to buy a concert ticket and come to a live performance. And of course, if it's really, really good, we can also think about increasing the ticket price. If you deliver a good entertainment value, that's worth also a ticket price. 2 more things at the end of my presentation. How about touring? This was all related to installations in venues, but the question is, does this also work with touring productions? The answer is, we're testing this, because having more speakers means it takes more investment in equipment, it takes more time to build up and to configure the systems, and if there's acoustic enhancement involved, it takes also time to tune an acoustic enhancement system. And we do a lot of test projects, and this test project was a concert by the Berlin Philharmonic in Berlin last year. 20,000 listeners, ticket buyers, and you can see the tent. Under the tent is the Berlin Philharmonic with no walls, only the tent roof. So there are no acoustics there. And using 32 loudspeakers, we built a stage shell for them. So they actually had similar acoustic conditions as in the Berlin Philharmonic, which resulted in a better performance of the soloist and the orchestra, and also in an easier recording for the OB van, the aired broadcast, live video, television broadcast, didn't have to add any reverberation because the hall sounded like a proper concert hall. We tested, not the result, because we know this is possible, but we tested how much time it takes to add those 32 loudspeakers and cabling and amplifiers to the build-up process, to the rigging of the system. And we found that we could go in between the workflow of the existing rigging schedule with the lights and the existing PA. And basically, we had to add some staff, some building staff, but the build-up time remained the same. So that's a big thing for touring companies. It doesn't have to take a long time to set up an immersive sound system. And for the tuning, we tuned in the evening and during lunch breaks of the orchestra. And it apparently we kind of proved that we can tune such a system in 2 or 3 hours to make a high-quality acoustic response on the stage, acoustic stage shell. So this is also an earning model maybe for rental companies who are supporting open-air concerts of philharmonic orchestras. Another example is a tent, a dome tent of 12 meters in diameter, which is touring Switzerland. And instead of a stereo sound system, they applied a 32 loudspeaker immersive system. These are the small dots in the triangles. And it takes them about 4 hours extra to mount 32 loudspeakers instead of 2. Of course, that takes a little bit more time. And sometimes they also tune it to host an acoustic performance. So they create a big acoustics inside a small dome, which is basically the size of this room. And this is touring for a year now, and it's being used more and more by productions in Switzerland. So this turns out to be a viable way of using an immersive system as well. 32 loudspeakers is big. This could also work with just 16 loudspeakers or maybe even less for smaller systems. So it's viable both for big projects and also for small projects to apply this in touring systems and to invest in as a rental company.
Well, I'm sorry to interrupt you mid-flow. We're ever so slightly over time.
1 minute. Very quick. Hardware. You need processors, you need amplifiers, you need loudspeakers. This is usually about 60% of the hardware value of a system. For immersive sound reinforcement, you have to add a mixing console and some tablets. This accounts for about 20% of the cost of the system. And if you want to add acoustic enhancement, it's the same shared infrastructure, but you just have to add microphones and tuning. So if you apply an immersive sound system, it's always good to consider at least to also apply an enhanced system. And if you invest in an enhancement system, it's always good to consider also applying an immersive sound system. Conclusion. I will go through this a little bit quicker because we already know this. In the 80s, the big change in the audio industry was digitalization. We got rid of noise, we got a very high dynamic range out of our systems. In the 90s, we had louder and louder and louder and more uniform sound systems, loudspeaker systems, line arrays. That was the second big change, I think, in sound reinforcement. And the next change will be, or we think, and all the loudspeaker companies think, is immersion, to add immersion to increase the sound quality of sound reinforcement even further. That's it.
Thank you very much, Ron. I'm going to allow one question and hand shut up at the back. I'm sorry, I've got a projection. Please.
Going back to the Berlin Philharmonic, is it just the orchestra that were immersed in the reverberant space?
Yeah.
Or, so the audience still had quite a dry experience?
There was a stereo reverb because the distances in the audience were too big. There was hundreds of meters, and you cannot generate an acoustic field in such a big space. It was a stage shell, an electronic stage shell.
Right.
Yeah. Sorry
Thank
to have
you.
taken so long.
No, that's absolutely fine. Would you mind putting your hands together once again, please, for Ron and Thank you very much. It's time to have a break and go and see the exhibitors, have a cup of tea and a bicky, and I will hopefully see you all back here by 11:30, please, for a nice prompt start. Thank you all. Good morning and welcome back to the seminar session. I'm just going to take a deep breath. I've had to run from the marquee because I got caught talking because it's very lively over there, so I hope you're all having a great time over there. Hopefully lunchtime will bring us an opportunity to do more chin wagging with our colleagues and friends. It is my greatest honour to introduce the Warren Barnett lecture for ISCVEx 2023. We have the two people whom the lecture is named after here, well known to some of us stalwarts of our industry, very highly regarded former colleagues, both of whom knew our presenter very, very well. To me, Jamie Angus White-Oak needs no introduction, but because we are streaming and because we have plenty of new colleagues at ISCVEx, I'm going to tell you a little bit about Jamie. Jamie has been a lifelong educator, both formally through the academic route with her professorships at Salford and latterly York University, where she was training many of my former colleagues as they were doing their acoustics and sound technology degrees, which is the UK's leading degree for people coming into our industry through an acoustics and electroacoustics route. But unofficially, whether she realises it or not, Jamie has been educating each and every one of us that she comes across in the industry in daily conversation through emails, but also through the generosity of giving her time freely to come to institute events and also for the AES, Audio Engineering Societies as well. So without further ado, I'm going to hand over to Jamie, who's going to, well, go on, Jamie, surprise me.
Okay, hello everyone, welcome. So, yes, the title of this talk is Go On, Surprise Me, and by the end of the talk you'll realise why that's relevant. We all deal with video and audio information, and these days we use coded audio a lot. I mean, our Bluetooth headphones, MPEG, AVC, streaming, almost everything we use to consume audio these days has some form of audio or video coding involved. So, big question, I'm going to introduce to you the principles behind audio and video coding. Actually, they apply to how you might go about coding anything. So, you know, when in the future we get on to haptic coding and other more strange senses, the same principles will apply. The first question we should ask ourselves is, what is it about music or audio that actually makes it interesting? For example, is a steady state tone interesting? A black screen, a random picture? I would suggest it isn't. In fact, let me ask you all a question, it's quite early on, is how many of you have come home from a really lousy day at work, said, man, what a day. What I need is a stiff gin and tonic. A stiff gin and tonic. So it's all right, I won't drink all of it until after the lecture. And I'll need that for later on. Always be prepared. And you say, oh, now I need to sit back, kick my shoes off, relax, and listen to some test tone. Doesn't happen, does it? So I would like to suggest to you that change and surprise is actually what makes things interesting. I must admit, looking at the black noisy screen of BBC or when they'd switched off late at night when I was a student was quite interesting sometimes. And just as a measure of this, this is where John Cage's as slow as possible performance is being performed. Each note tends to last several months. Normally the outside of the church it's being performed in looks a bit like that. except when a note changes. Then it's packed. People are fighting each other to get in. So I think change is really what makes music and video happen. And what makes something surprising is actually, we're going to say surprise is actually, what happened there? I have no idea why it suddenly decided to do that. It's just I noticed my timer had gone down. So surprise is inversely proportional to probability. The more likely things are to happen, the less surprising it is. And more improbable, obviously, the more surprising it is. And it's got to be independent of what's happened before. So, for example, you often hear some politician gets caught doing something naughty, and the Prime Minister always says, I have full confidence in Mr. XYZ Horton, blah, blah, blah. What happens next, the next day? They resign, don't they? It's almost as sure as night follows day. So that's not surprising at all. U usually follows Q, and those things reduce the surprise value. I'm going to skip over these very quickly because I think you all know what video and audio signals are. Videos are frames of pixels. Just to highlight, around 25 times a second. I know it varies depending whether it's video or cinema or whatever, but your typical data rate for video is around 221 megabits. MPEG effectively compresses it by 50 odd times. Audio, CD rates about 1.4 megabits, and again, MPEG reduces that by around a factor of 11. So our coding systems do reduce things quite dramatically. So let's talk about video, because I know some of you are video people. Video isn't that surprising. I mean, the real challenge of video when I was an electronics student wasn't that it was had lots of information, it's just that it was so fast and the technology was struggling to keep up with it. We get 25 detailed pictures a second, but almost all the time the following picture is pretty much the same as the previous one. And for example, if you think of a security camera, for most of the time it sees the same scene. Your lovely, exciting backyard, and that slightly odd piece of rubbish that's sitting in the corner there, and seems the same old picture. And only occasionally do you get a lone rodent or possibly a hedgehog or a cat wandering across the screen, at which point something interesting happens and you get changed. Yeah, just a picture of a hedgehog. You can see the camera, it's obviously concerned. So just let's have a look at video redundancy to get a picture of what's going on. Successive pictures in a film or video, very similar. So here's 4 successive frames. They are very slightly different from each other because she's moving her head slightly. But not much. And if we subtract the initial frame from the other ones, you can see there, as you go through in time, it's getting more and more different from the initial frame. But you can see a fairly simple prediction as saying the next frame is the same as the previous frame would actually throw away, well, it wouldn't throw away. It would remove a lot of detail that you would have to transmit. It's actually not removed any information because you could, if you put back the difference between the initial picture you had and the difference between the previous, that picture, you would actually get all the information back. So what we're not doing is throwing away information. We're making the picture more surprising. We're actually focusing on the detail that changes. And in fact, we can do even better than that. And in fact, all of the video systems, the big difference between MPEG and JPEG is in this movement and coding temporal prediction, is we can do motion compensation because things move around in the picture. And of course, different things move in different directions in the picture as well. But if we could track those movements and say send to the other end, right, actually this bit moved that way a little while, actually, and this one, which was the Roadrunner, actually moved that way a little bit between the successive frames, and motion compensation would mitigate that, but it does require extra data to be sent. I mean, the ultimate would be if every single pixel you sent the information of how much it moved between one frame and the next, you could get perfect cancellation. Of course, the amount of side information you'd have to send to make that happen would probably be more than the original video data. So not really a win. And one of the balances when you do coding of these signals is, how do I balance how much side information I have to send with the quality of the prediction to maximize the surprise of what I've got left over to send. But here's again a little example of what the effect of motion compensation can be. There's the original frame. This is if we just predicted it on the basis of the previous frame, and this is if we added some motion prediction in as well. And you can see now that almost all of the frame is 0, except for a few bits that you need to send information to the other end for. So stage 1 is for video coding, maximize the surprise by making it as unpredictable as possible by removing the predictable movements and the predictable similarities between one frame and the next. We can't take that all the way through because we periodically have to put in a full frame. There are various reasons for that. One is video these days, they cut from scene to scene to scene to scene. And actually that happens very, very quickly these days. And also, we have to put a full frame in periodically so we don't get error propagation at the receive end. And for things like allowing fast forward, they're called intraframes or iframes, and they've got to be dealt with differently. Just a little quick picture there. No prediction at all. We don't use that for video. We can put prediction in. We can also, actually, because it's all stored, we can do prediction as well as backwards in time. We can do prediction forwards in time, and that's actually quite useful for quite a lot of things like pans, and especially if you're doing a pan across it. You know, new information comes in one side of the screen, old information falls off the other. Bidirectional frames actually let you do prediction on that. So let's make an intraframe more exciting. Here's a picture of a nice house. Again, there's a lot of redundancy in there. There's, I mean, white sky, so there's almost no detail. You've got the horizontal latticing slats on the house, the vertical pins on the fences. We can use spatial prediction to make, if you like, that more random. Also, these things, if we did a sort of two-dimensional Fourier transform, video Fourier transform, they'd show up in the frequency domain as distinct components, and there'd be less frequency domain components that we'd have to transmit. We'll talk about that a little bit later on. This is just a very early version of spatial prediction, just various, again, this is side information, 8 things to send, predicts adjacent pixels on the basis of neighboring ones, only transmits the error. You've got to send extra information, and this is what it does with a reasonably complicated picture, right? This doesn't look so obviously predictable as the previous picture, but if I put spatial prediction into it, again, we get something that looks far more like noise than a picture. You can just about see some of the structure there, but not a lot. So, summary for this is video, although it's got huge data rates, is actually surprisingly boring. It's surprisingly predictable. And one of the things you do when you're coding these things is you try and remove that predictable bit with temporal prediction, with motion prediction, with spatial prediction. And this will make your transmission much more efficient. And in fact, if you look through the growth of the different video standards from MPEG-1 all the way through to, I think it's called versatile video coding these days, what's changed mostly has been the improvement in how you can do the prediction, with a big jump going to HEVC, because they made the ability to collate bits together to say, hey, all this bit are all moving the same, so we only need to send one piece of side information. And we can do the same for audio signals. So audio has also got temporal redundancy, and that has the effect of audio signals are filtered by resonators. You know, everything that we have in audio gets filtered by something. Nobody listens to white noise. So, you know, if we have a resonator, but that has a frequency effect. If we look in the frequency domain, what that resonator does is adds correlation between adjacent samples. So it means every sample in our audio signal has a bit of the previous ones lying around in it, and we can predict that as well. And we can do it either in the time domain or the frequency domain. The bit we can't do is there is some unpredictable information. And that's the bit we want to focus on and put our transmit, because the other stuff we can reconstruct. The predictable stuff we can reconstruct. It's the unpredictable we need to code. So time domain predictor, just very simply, we don't worry about the block diagram, but we have some form of predictor in the transmitter, and we have an equivalent predictor in the receiver that reconstructs things. Those two basically work together. And here's an example of what it does. Speech with no prediction looks pretty much like a speech waveform. With the frequency response prediction, so just taking out the frequency response of the signal, removing the effect of resonators, we get about 10 dBs worth of coding gain. If we add in pitch prediction, because quite a lot of speech has pitch in it, we say, well, actually, now that we know what the pitch is, we can get counter. You get something that looks far more noise-like, and we gain additional decibels of coding gain. We can do it in the frequency domain as well, which is what MPEG does. So a sine wave, although it's quite full of samples, every sample has a value, in the frequency domain, only one of those frequency components actually needs to be transmitted. The rest are all zero. And maybe we're just starting to hear the dawn choruses these days. So what we tend to find is that predictable signals have much sparser spectrum, or spectra. They have more concentrated spectra. And of those of you that were here in 2020 when I talked about sparse sampling, that was one of the things, is that all signals that we deal with will have some level of sparsity. And the more predictable it is, the more concentrated the spectrum is. And if you like, the easier it is to code it efficiently. That's an example of a speech signal. You can see there's lots of detail at low frequencies, and there's gaps in it, and so on and so forth. So, audio and video redundancy removal. Two main reasons of removing redundancy. The time domain, you can do it via the time domain, that's our motion prediction, etc. Or frequency domain methods via the discrete cosine transform. It's true for video. We haven't lost any information. I must stress this. Doing all this stuff doesn't lose any of our information. We've still got the full signal available. And in principle and in practice, we can reconstruct a bit-for-bit accurate copy of the original signal. So redundancy removal is a process that's lossless in terms of our audio and video signals. So that's one thing. Signal reduction removal. Can we do more? It's like one of these adverts. Yes, we can. For additional $1.50, we can actually do, still improve things. and that's to look at the numbers that come out of the process. And interestingly, even after we've removed all the redundancy, the numbers that come out of the process are still not random. They have some numbers are more likely than others. For example, an audio signal is far more likely to have 0 present than it is plus and minus max. Except possibly, I think there's a song called American Idiot, which is has quite a lot of peak level limiting in it as well. So how do we deal with variable number surprise? We need to think about how surprising it is, how we measure the information, and really we want to measure it in bits. So let's just have a look at what an information source is and get some idea of how much information it carries. What is an information source? Well, I brought a few information sources along that I'd like to share with you, but I'm only loaning them to you. So this, for example, is the one demonstrated here. It's got an 8-sided dice, or a 2-bit information source. But you get the idea. Now, we know things about this is that these, in theory, if they're made right, are perfectly random. So every symbol that comes out will be equally probable. It will have an alphabet, which is the number of possible symbols you can have. So a CD, for example, has 65,536 possible values of its alphabet because it's 16 bits long. But do those bits actually represent the information you've got? The answer is no, they don't necessarily. But for the perfect information sources I just threw at you, all are equally likely, and actually each symbol has exactly the same amount of probability. And we need a 3-bit number to express which symbol it is. And we can measure that. Log to the base 2 of the number of possibilities is the number of bits that we require. However, let's just look at some slightly different sources. If we have, this is I call it I've fallen asleep on the keyboard in the middle of the night, where you're transmitting one symbol all the time, usually K, because that's where your nose is sitting. And obviously, one symbol is 100% probable, and all of the other ones aren't. So that's not very helpful. Or we might have a loaded dice where one symbol doesn't come out at all, but very unlikely, so it's got worth about 6 and a bit bits, and the other ones, you'll note that they're now slightly more probable, but because everything's got to add up to 100%, if one symbol is less likely, the other symbols become more likely. And then I also finally threw in an audio example where the 5-level audio signal, where 0 is quite likely, and then progressively less likely as you go into the outer levels. And we can work out how much information is being transmitted by these things. Now the dice, the 8-bit dice, is the perfect information source because it has, I've got a spare one here, right, this, believe it or not, when it's totally random, it has a full 3 bits per symbol of information. All right, I don't understand what it's trying to say to me, but it's a perfect information device. And in fact, again, linking back to the sparsing, anytime we bias those statistics, which we basically have to make it usable as a communication medium, we reduce the number of bits that are transmitted. We make it more sparse, effectively. So that's a perfect information source, but nobody understands it, so not particularly helpful. But if we do your nose on the keyboard, once you've got the information that you're asleep, again, the average information transmitted is 0 because it's perfectly predictable, and then then the biased information source comes out slightly lower than 3 bits, and then the next, the audio one comes out at about 1.7 bits per symbol. And we call that the entropy of the source. I'm not going to go into why that is, because there's some contention about it, but I think it was just because it looked like something they'd seen somewhere else, so they called it because why not? The people at Bell Labs that developed it. So, point of this is to say that although in theory the entropy of the source can be the number related to the number of possibilities, in practice, only for a uniform dice is that true. For real information sources, it's always less, sometimes a lot less. So that again says to us as engineers, we can use that to send less bits down our links. So what's the entropy of an audio signal? So at great expense, actually not really, computers are wonderful. I looked through 25 million and a bit audio samples in a particular song and did the probability of it. And you'll notice that actually 0 is really quite popular, and it's a well-mastered piece before the loudness wars, so actually peaks don't happen, you don't hit the maximum peak either. But there's an exponential drop in probability for higher levels. When we translate that into self-information, we find that most of the things only have a few bits, the ones around 0, and the occasional high value sample is actually worth more, like 24, 25 bits. Now this is kind of interesting because when I do work out the entropy for it, the CD, it's 11.61 bits. And yet we're using 16 bits for every single sample to transmit that information. So we're being very wasteful in doing this. So let's just talk a little bit about entropy coding. Using fixed bit binary words is inefficient. We need binary words that are proportional to the information going. And Huffman coding, which is it's a nice story, but I don't have time to tell you about it. But it's really simple. He came up with this idea. You start with the least probable thing, and you say, in order to get to those two possible symbols, I can transmit a 0 or a 1 to select either the least probable or the next least probable. So that's the first bit. As I go up to do the next one, probable, I can use a 0 or a 1. So in one branch, I'll just send a 0. The other one, I'll have to send 1 and then a 0 or a 1 and then a 1. So I'm getting it bigger. And you just keep repeating that and until you get to the end. Again, more details available if you look it up. So I've used all the symptoms. But what's really interesting here is that to output 0, the most probable thing, I don't know if this, yeah, we can just about see it here, only requires a single bit. To output +1 requires 2 bits. For -1 requires 3 bits, and then for plus and -2 requires 4 bits. So we now have a variable length code, and it's also comma free. You don't need any extra bits to tell you where the code starts and stops. And that's actually used in both video and audio coding systems to do things. It's quite a useful little code. And if we work it out, the average bits per symbol actually transmitted for the Huffman code, it's remarkably efficient. It has, well, in this example, we actually average 1.75 bits of actual transmitted data for a symbol, and the information content of what we're transmitting is 1.70. So we've pretty much nailed it. In practice, it varies depending on the statistics of the source. And on average, you can show Huffman's optimal, but on average, it wastes half a bit per symbol. It gets within half a bit of actually being optimal. This is a quantization problem. It's like being pregnant. You can't be half pregnant, So For audio and video data, this is a problem to us because we tend to transmit rather large amounts of data. So if we send 1 million samples, and we've done a good job, we're within half a bit of the best we can do, actually we've just thrown away 500,000 bits. That's not trivial. So what we need to do is look at applying these principles to the whole message. Okay, I'm going over time now, sorry. So, again, this is an idea that's in both the advanced audio video coding and audio coding, is coding using a single line on a stick. And the idea is very simple. You draw a line on a stick, binary, divide it into little things, and where that line crosses through, the binary code associated with that is the message you're trying to send. Okay, fairly simple. The devil is in the implementation. We do it and we allocate spaces that are proportional to the likelihood of stuff happening. We'll find that 0, for example, we use the stats we used beforehand, it's actually very probable. And the position on the line gives you the message. So if we look at it, actually all of those 4 bits would put you in the 0 position. So we only need to send what's the difference in that, which is either is only to say a 0, right? Because the leading bit is 0. Everything else could vary. So we can code things more efficiently. And then we can recursively apply that, divide what we've got there, and keep applying that principle. And we can actually end up encoding the entire message. Actually doing it in detail is awkward, but you can actually show you can encode the entire message, again, with half a bit or thereabouts less than optimum. So, you've picked up that 500,000 bits and you're actually making use of them. So, we've got entropy coding, we've got removing redundancy. So far, we have not damaged our audio or video signal. We've got lossless coding. And that's important because we can actually do quite well with lossless coding. Not well enough for the channels we use. Audio lossless coding gives us about a 2-to-1 reduction. I'm not quite sure what video lossless coding gives you, but it still gives you an appreciable reduction. So we have that. We've got a bit in the middle, is to maximize the surprise via redundancy removal. And the problem we've got here is that encoding bits or samples, pixels or samples, is very noticeable. And again, we can only get down to 1 bit per sample, which sounds dreadful, or 1 pixel per 1 bit per pixel, which all looks dreadful. So not usually very good. But if we convert them into a frequency domain, you can take advantage of your frequency response of your eyes. The frequency domain signals tend to be sparse, again linking it back to the lecture before COVID, and it spreads the quantization error. So, if we look behind me, there's some shading, but it's pretty uniform color on some of those sections. If I did a video Fourier transform of that wall behind me, I'd find most of the high frequency components as 0. So I wouldn't need to code them at all. There'd be some low frequency components associated with the shade. The light's pretty constant. It varies a little bit. So there'd be a few variations of low frequencies. If I make, I could probably code those with more than 1 bit for a start. If I make an error in it, all it does is change the precise gradient of the shading. You're unlikely to notice that. And let's just have a look. Oh, yes. I thought we'll do a visual thing. Can you all see that? It starts with 100% contrast at the bottom, goes to 0 contrast at the top. Depending on where you're sitting, you should see a curve like that. But the lines will be probably below that curve, especially if you're sitting at the back. Does that work for you? Does it? So you can see. But that's for black and white. If we do it for green, actually, it's a little bit better, if anything, than the black and white. Sorry, I'm blocking your view. Oh, okay. Again, so actually, they stick above it. If we go to sort of blue, purple, not so good. We're not so accurate on that. so quite a bit below, and red, likewise, a bit better than blue, but still not so blue. But you can see your own vision system isn't as accurate as all that. Psychoacoustic, same things. We know our hearing's uniform. We get simultaneous masking. We have the upward spread of masking, so low frequencies mask high. I'm just going to get through that. The one point I want to make about psychoacoustic masking is it's often presented as above the line you can hear it, below the line you can't. It's not. It's much more like a soft downwards expansion thing. The threshold isn't abrupt. And you can see there, that's one I sort of showed, where lower down, a change in the dB sound level makes for a much bigger change in the perceived amplitude of the signal compared with the signal higher up. Okay, so actually doing these things tends to be an iterative optimization process, allocating bits to see what happens and adjusting it as required. And we'll just stop there because I've run out of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jamie. So we have a few minutes for questions. Would anybody like to ask Jamie anything on what we've just seen and heard? Oh.
No, I filled their brains up.
Is that what you've done?
Yeah, it's like that poor person that they think, can I be excused, miss, my brain is full up. Well, okay.
No questions at all.
Okay.
Any comments?
Brilliant.
Oh, well, there we go.
Oh,
we'll take
thank
that.
you.
That
Okay,
seems like
thank
a
you.
very good place to end.
Can I?
Oh, no, we've got a question.
Question.
Just another comment, it just shows how clever people are, doesn't it? Yeah. Think of these things.
Sorry?
Can you repeat that, please?
It just shows how clever people are to actually work out all these principles.
Yeah.
Yeah, lots of different people contributing together. Yes.
One question.
Yeah.
What fundamentally is different between encoding in a sort of live and a recorded domain? And
That's actually a really good, all right, no, that's actually a really good question. Difference between live and recording is delay. Okay? I mean, if you're trying to live, especially if it's going onto screens in the venue, then you have then you've got restrictions on how much delay you can add to the systems. When I worked in telecoms, we were allowed one sample, 125 microseconds coding delay, and that was it. So yeah, that's a good principle. You know, if you can put it into the computer and then then you can look ahead in time. That's easy to do. You can look at the whole thing and you can make a much better job of coding. Delay isn't an issue. But if you're trying to do it live, for a start, you can't look into the future. You've got to deal with what's happened and what's happened beforehand. And that does reduce your ability to do some of the redundancy removal bits and pieces. So yes, I mean, that is one of the big differences there, I would say, is the issue of delay. And especially for things like stage mics, which now seem to use digital things. There are special low delay codecs, which I'm sorry for my telecoms, I just laugh at because we weren't allowed that level of delay. But they have low delay codecs so they can actually do that and transmit it across. Because, of course, if your artist gets too much delay, especially if it's coming back on the monitor mix to them, they will get a little bit antsy at you, and not unreasonably, frankly, saying, and it's surprising how short that delay is. For the telephone system, the main reason for being so brutal about it was we had to allow for the possibility it would go through 14 such systems in the worst case link. So it would build up. With a stage system, you don't at least have that problem. But yeah, good point. What else?
Anybody else have anything to add? Well,
can I just say one thing?
Please, Jamie.
Okay, this is probably the last time I will get to I I'd like to say thank you because I I've always enjoyed presenting at ISCVEx, and you know, it's great to meet people like who are, you know, at the front end of doing the real practical stuff and making these systems work in the real world. So thank you very much.
Jamie, thank you very much. Cheers. It's definitely 5 o'clock somewhere. That's a well-deserved gin and tonic. Jamie, in response, we thank you for all of the time you've given us and everything you've taught us. So thank you. So we go over back to the marquee now, please. And then we're going to have some lunch, which is usually quite good, I seem to remember. I'm looking forward to it myself. And then we'll reconvene this afternoon. Thank you all for coming. And one last big round of applause for Jamie, please. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you had a lovely lunchtime with decent food, which I always think the Coombe Abbey does manage to provide us, but more importantly, good company and excellent conversation, either socially or from a business perspective, because that's what we're hoping we're fostering here. Thank you for coming back for the next lecture. I'm slightly ill-prepared. Give me 1 second. So, today's lecture had to be different to the other ones, didn't it? I'm sure Ron won't mind. I'm going to prop him up there. Or am I? Maybe not. Okay. Well, here is a picture of Ron Walker, after whom this particular lecture is named. And giving the inaugural Walker lecture today is Daniel Fattorini, who is a director of Transact. And he's going to be talking to us today about changes in the business model and the way things are presented. So without further ado, I'm going to hand over to Dan.
Thank you very much. And I must initially say I'm very pleased to be presenting such a lovely environment. I happened to take a little look at the history of Coombe Abbey, and it was a former home of a silent monastic order who had limited contact with the outside world. So I thought it was a little bit of a paradox for the sound and communications engineers, but they did make some very significant technological advancements in production and management techniques, so hopefully we can follow in their footsteps working today. I intended today's presentation really as a large overview as to how many products and services within our industry are consolidating, digitising, and potentially moving to software or cloud-based systems and license models. And I also wanted to bring into that a little bit of futurism, looking ahead at what might look to expect in the coming years, and look at the art of the possible when it comes to the unstoppable march of technology. So as a sort of a personal introduction, introduction to today, further introduction to today's speech. So going to look at how digital technologies have been introduced, what challenges they've brought since superseding analog systems, and how we've overcome them so far. And then how cloud services are now taking those systems to a new level, bringing some of the processing that we're doing outside of our customers' buildings, and potentially what elements of the work that we delivered can be delivered as a service. So, by way of an introduction to the talk, and also to some of where I'm coming from, I just wanted to talk a little bit about my own career, my own history. I started my career in the late 90s, early 2000s, working in recording studio design and build. And one of the main reasons I moved into the more professional audiovisual field was because literally over the span of 3 or 4 years, I went from not creating this specific room, but rooms with lots of boxes and knobs and synthesizers, and all sorts of wires and patch bays, which were very quickly superseded by something like this. The rapid digitization of elements such as plugins and virtual instruments effectively created a hole in the industry I was working in, and I decided to move elsewhere to fulfill pastures new, and moving into the professional AV world. I guess in that period, 15 years or so ago, we weren't all responsible for racks like this, but many of the professional audio products went from a sort of rack of 15, 20 devices and lots of cables onto something fitting in 1U and providing a lot of the same functions. And I'm not saying this is 100% of the time, but in particular, the digital signal processing has had an awful lot of influence in a shrinking footprint. But thankfully, there wasn't that many people who knew how to set them up well. So whereas recording studio owners were quite good at running their plugins. And then looking to today, I see a similar picture emerging. We are moving not totally, but partially beyond the realms of the oodles by oodles 42U high matrix switcher and consolidating our video transit and traffic onto simple network-based systems with AV over IP. The sheer scale and task and bandwidth of digitizing video has obviously been much greater than audio because of the much higher data rates, and it's only recently with the availability of fast backplane network switches and 10 gig uplinks and things like that that we've been able to overcome this. But I feel that this is an inevitable path that we're moving towards. So yes, the combination of digitization, increased processing speed, and this shrinking footprint has been an ongoing march, and I think it's inevitable that it will continue to do so. It's led to a lot of positives when it comes to quality, when it comes to speed of installation, but it has also meant that people need to learn quickly and rapidly and stay up to date. I've always personally believed that the majority of your technical knowledge, if you work in professional AV, needs to be refreshed on something like a 5-year cycle. I think it's probably, some people may say slightly more, some may say slightly less, but there's a definite need for us as individuals to keep on learning, and I think it's one of the reasons many of us stay within this profession. Yeah, just a few examples of technologies that are close to being redundant or moving. So one, I think there's almost an absolute definite video conferencing, multi-point controllers, bridging devices now just absolute de facto delivered by Teams and by Zoom. And these devices, when I was working 10 years ago, would be well over £100,000, and now it's just something you get for your 10 quid a month license fee. Not entirely removed, but individual audio processors are something that have gone by the wayside. And one of my absolute personal favourites was the obligatory DVD VCR combo that was in every corporate boardroom, never used, but still took a programmer weeks and weeks to learn the infrared codes for. Some things, though, thankfully, and this is very, very fundamental, some things will never change. So first of all, the laws of physics, as many of us do try and drill into our customers, no matter how much you might spend on the fanciest and most expensive gizmo, it doesn't have some built-in Star Trek technology that can do zoom warps and things like that. The nature of human perception. So psychoacoustics, our ability to, our sight, the impossibility of picking people up in a meeting room with 3 open windows, a loud aircon unit, and someone banging on a coffee cup. And yes, so until we reach the next stage of our evolution, I think we'll be imperfect beings when it comes to our perception. And the final one for me is just the fact that the client always wants it cheaper, and furniture vendors are always late on every single project ever. So Software as a service is most. I was going to do my ChatGPT definition today, but I didn't quite get time to deliver it. But software as a service is normally described as cloud-delivered technologies. I am going to touch on cloud services today, but I'm also looking at areas where we're moving from dedicated hardware-based platforms to software that can run standalone on local servers. So the kings of the moment, I guess, in that front would be, first of all, conferencing. It's kind of hard to think that Zoom and Microsoft Teams have only really been viable platforms for about 5 or 6 years in terms of their them being functional and working well, and yet they are absolute parts of everyday life within business nowadays. The ability to have 100 people on a call 10 years ago was exclusively only available for high-end enterprise clients with data centers that could take multiple incoming connections. And now it's just a standard thing that any SME, even individuals who pay their 365 license, can deliver. And COVID-19 was probably the single biggest growth factor for UC SaaS products. But actually, I think if you look back to 2008, the 2008 crash was the point for me that saw the biggest boom in video conferencing when travel budgets were slashed. Large organisations wanted to reduce the number of first-class trips from London to New York, and actually, particularly the video conferencing industry had a pretty good time, whilst others faltered. However, there are different sales models within all of these platforms. One that I think is probably one of the least friendly to our industry is Zoom, because they tend to be selling direct to end clients. We generally prefer products where we can add value, we can integrate. However, where clients require these things, they're something of a necessary, not going to say the E word, but anyway. Microsoft Teams is an incredibly popular standard, largely by virtue of the fact that people are buying it anyway. Anyone with an Office 365 license is getting Microsoft Teams. So it is hugely popular. There are other platforms, of course. I think it's well worth mentioning WebEx by Cisco, which came from pretty much a different direction, which was a hardware manufacturer developing a software product to work with their hardware platforms and with their enterprise management systems. Digital signage, I would say, is the next current product that has almost exclusively moved over to a cloud-based model. And I guess there's no surprise in that when ultimately you're looking at something pretty similar to a web page and managing something pretty similar to a web page. And a favourite of mine, but I think one that is very underused and undersold, is our device management platforms. Our clients generally want the things that are in the room and that do the job and that they see and that works immediately. However, there are some absolutely fantastic device management platforms out there that I know of organisations who are actually including them for free as part of maintenance deals, because it makes the job of actually maintaining the system easier for the integrator. So it's actually a win-win for both sides. And of course, cloud IoT management go together well together. And then the hybrid side would be on-premise AV service systems, as I will call them. The likes of Intel, AMD, HP, manufacturers like that produce dozens of new models and new chips and faster memory and motherboards and quicker solutions. And there is no way that smaller bespoke specialist manufacturers can keep up with the sort of process and development that a PC manufacturer can do. So now we are beginning to see, two examples here being Crestron Virtual Control, Shure IntelliMix Room. There are many others as well, which are licensed products that can sit on a fairly standard PC and deliver the processing of a relatively expensive device. There's the side, I guess, that if most devices can be controlled via LAN, if most audio devices can sit on AES-67 or Dante, then ultimately, why do you need much more than 1 or 2 network interface cards? I think, personally, I think now that some manufacturers have started, the genie is kind of out of the bottle, and I think we'll see more manufacturers following suit, because ultimately the cost and the cost model are very, very effective. Which brings a little bit of futurism from my side, but there are people working towards this, and I think we have on the horizon the potential for the single box room system, because there's no reason why we couldn't now look at having a NUC PC, fairly standard device, which is delivering all of our audio processing, connected to a touch panel, controlling all of our devices, running a separate piece of software, connected to AV over IP systems, managing video and USB switching, and of course, as they do so well already, hosting all of our calling. And a system like that could be re-imaged, even if that one device failed, they could be replaced quite quickly. And that size and small footprint and lack of requirement for racks and other devices like that are, is a very popular prospect. But what's the challenge then if we can have this hypothetical all-in-one PC or Android device or Linux Ubuntu device? If that's a tangible dream, what is the challenge in us leaving the building and actually hosting this in the cloud? Because ultimately the cloud is simply another person's PC sitting somewhere else in the world. And I guess the first challenge is that our device sits on its own and can sit on its own kind of local area network, and that doesn't introduce much of a delay or communication problem. I would hope my corporate clients would have more than a D-Link for 8-port switch, but it fit well in the presentation. So, and then going through sort of routing and firewall and an ISP, and then all the way through to a cloud data center, and not forgetting within that process it has to go all the way back again. So these challenges of actually moving services to the cloud can be summarized, I guess, as speed, location, so where exactly is that data center, which we'll come on to a little bit later, some of the issues that might happen. Security, if you're sending information out on the public web, how secure is it, and how reliable that is. So starting with latency, it's an absolute fundamental roadblock in terms of services. I think those of you at Jamie Angus's talk earlier, obviously looking at frame by frame encoding and the absolute speed required to deliver effective situations. Now, the average Zoom call is around 150 milliseconds latency from the person talking to the person receiving, but you're not in the same room, so that perception doesn't necessarily cause a problem. Whereas I think the average Dante device latency is somewhere around 1 millisecond, which is oodles of difference in terms of speed. So certain technologies are going to be more appropriate. So looking at some real world latency figures, I will give you a zoom on this slide earlier, but AWS have a nice little feature where you can track exactly the latency to their data centers. So I think it shows London, North Virginia, and the UAE. We were looking at under 70 milliseconds, and bearing in mind that was on home Wi-Fi on a domestic connection, so probably significantly less than that. Whereas to data centers abroad, you can be doubling or tripling that speed. So the implications of latency, as I said, are very much dependent upon the application. So remote communications already working and working absolutely fine with that kind of latency issues. Live sound, I think, for anything but quite significant time frames away, I think there's virtually no possibility that those services can be delivered there. System control, however, I think is more realistic. If we have, there are already domestic control systems for light switches and things like that, which are running on cloud servers, and there are already manufacturers who are producing control systems which can sit in a client's own data center. Therefore, if that was a cloud data center, it's not necessarily an issue. Now, areas like video processing, when I say video processing, I guess you can have to think about whether that be live or not. One of the huge advantages of cloud is the ability to scale and take advantage of an enormous amount of processing power and pay for the amount of time that you're using it, rather than investing in an enormous supercomputer type machine and having that active at all times. So if you are looking at broadcast scenarios or editing scenarios, being able to leverage that is a huge advantage. And actually, personally, within my own work, we're moving to virtual machines running BIM modeling PCs within AWS, rather than actually having the actual machines sitting in the office, and it works out probably less than half the price to be having that capacity. Device management, as I said, pretty much already there and delivering that, and then media distribution, an obvious one. We're distributing to YouTube today, so all that is already in place. So yes, there's just a marginally bigger font size to see, but it's also critical to look at how variable the latency can be from your device to a data center. Now these are dependent. I won't go with the time available, I won't go too deep into the technical, but they are dependent upon protocol. So those were TCP communications. Now, I'm sure a lot of people in here know the difference in TCP and UDP, but TCP is a protocol that is like a very nice receptionist that greets you and checks you've heard them correctly, and ensures everything's ordered and the message was received and everything's secure and possible. Whereas UDP, which is generally used for video streaming, is kind of like a very drunk person at a bar who's shouting at you, doesn't care if you listen, and is getting quite a few of the words in the wrong way around, and often doesn't make any sense whatsoever. But it is much faster, and it's potentially less secure, but it's not insecure by any stretch of the imagination. I think it is very, as I said before, I think the latency factor is probably one of the biggest determining factors in what will go to what will become cloud-based and what won't. So live sound, video manipulation, video switching, probably out of the question for the current period, whereas device control, broadcast, conferencing, workplace management are very much within the realm. One area that I think is really important for anyone who is potentially delivering cloud services, and it's not an obvious thing, some of you may be aware, but it's not an obvious thing to know, is regionality with cloud servers. Cloud is an abstract term, so we think of people just talk about it as a cloud server. It's just kind of out there in the ether. But in reality, there's data sitting in a data center, sitting in a country, and to a lot of businesses and to a lot of people, that's incredibly important, especially when it comes to data protection, data privacy, data security. There's potential tax and trade issues as well. So it's something, looking at services, you should always be initially very aware of to ensure you are not compromising a client's data by putting it into a region that compromises their own security policy. It affects obviously speed, reliability, redundancy, the cost. In actual fact, if you were wanting to do something quick in the UK, Dublin is actually cheaper on a lot of servers because they've just got loads of capacity and it's going cheap. So it can affect things in unusual ways. Security and compliance, as I said before, and then some of the computing features and the disaster recovery. So the cloud, many services are also multi-region, so you can host things in multiple territories and effectively you take advantage of these ultra-fast pipes between areas and beam them between the two. And finally, the final point really is security. It's not a simple topic, but there's absolutely no kind of Google aren't as secure as Amazon or anything like that. Ultimately, you're using a PC somewhere else, and it's up to you to make sure that that PC is secure. So it needs to be designed, well implemented, and encrypted, securely authenticated, ideally with various forms of compliance. I'll run through some of these. I'm not going through too many of the details. But an important factor when looking at delivering these services within your building as well is one or many connections. If we took Microsoft Teams rooms or something like that in a building, they'll all individually communicate out. But if you are looking for a higher level of security, now there are a lot of advanced systems, gateways or proprietary PCs which can effectively tunnel your connection to the outside world, create one secure tunnel and make life an awful lot safe and secure, and occasionally with features like 4 or 5G redundancy for remote. So bottom line on cloud security, obviously be diligent and treat it like any other risk. So you have to assess, mitigate it and document it, because ultimately if you sell some management service to a client and there's a data breach, you are just as responsible as the person whose breach has occurred, because you need to show that you've done your diligence. And also talk to the right people within a customer's organisation early on, because there's no point going very far down the line and then suddenly realising there's something that is an absolute no-go. Obviously, that goes without saying there, aligning with your customer's policy. And with the limited time available, I'm going to click through some of these areas, because I know everyone will be wanting. But I wanted just a last word really on adapting as businesses and as individuals. So some of these large-scale changes can be seen as a concern, but ultimately within our industry, resistance to new technology has always been pretty futile. The most successful businesses have been the ones who've adapted to the demands of the consumer. And it does mean a change to businesses in terms of the products and services they offer, and it's also a challenge for individuals in terms of the skills, training, certification, and everything else. So we need to prepare for these changes effectively. For businesses, there can be some absolutely massive benefits, because we are seeing a move to more operational expenditure, less capital expenditure, which for businesses can mean much better cash flow, a lot less peaky up and down revenue streams, if you are continually billing a client for a service, you're continually in touch with a client for a service. And I think there is a potential tipping point where the greater level of cost is the operational expenditure compared to the capital expenditure, then businesses will just buy, for example, meeting rooms on a monthly basis. I mean, it is possible now, but it's probably not cost effective now. For the individual, I'm using the term here for an AV engineer, but if you look over recent history, some of the things that AV audiovisual engineers have had to deal with, kind of RGB projectors. I remember the first time I ever had to come across S-video and had to learn about bloody chrominance and luminance and confuse the hell out of me the night before having to do something else. Harking as far back as overhead projectors. They're not quite redundant BNC, but we certainly see a lot fewer of them nowadays than we used to. And a funny one I saw the other day, it was almost redundant DVI connector, which we kind of thought was something of the future. And behind the 2CV, the second greatest French invention, which is the SCART connector, which is thankfully no longer. However, again, some things don't stay the same. Still need to securely fix things to the wall, still need to use decent access control, and certain things, loudspeakers are loudspeakers. There's obviously advances in technologies and things like that. However, much of the cabling and technology is the same. I think there's probably, when it comes to audio over video, I think radio became mature before TV became mature, and it's therefore audio industry is a more mature industry. Plus, there's obviously a lot more noughts and ones in 4K 444 videos there is in 44.1K video. But as I said before, no matter what they bring, it won't change the laws of physics, the nature of human perception, and the fact the client will want it cheaper. Whenever it comes to business leaders, salespeople, engineers, programmers, ultimately, my personal opinion is if we don't adapt to deliver some of these services, and they're services that our clients want, it's where IT resellers, direct sales organisations, it's where organisations will jump in and threaten our business and our livelihoods. Therefore, I think it's really important for us to adapt and grow and change. An understanding of local area networks is arguably probably one of the most important elements, so networking know-how. Being conscious of security, it's an absolute vital element to any business now. Information security and network security, IoT capable, being aware of IoT areas. When I say cloud savvy, just having a general awareness of cloud servers, because they're increasingly becoming important, where a Crestron programmer 5 years ago would have rarely had to deal with anything more than a device in their own room, but nowadays they're probably having to communicate a REST API to some cloud service to get additional information for the integrations. Being aware of standards, so obviously standards we know of, sort of Dante and H.264, but also things like MQTT, IoT protocols and areas such as that. And having a good knowledge of operating systems. There's so many devices now are just Android Business or Windows IoT that I think it's a vital area to have an understanding of what they give. So I think just as a final word, keep it pretty much within time. We as an industry understand so much. We understand sound, light, architecture, ergonomics, acoustics, cables, terminations, types of ceilings, floors, conduits, cable gauges, schematics. We are one of the most varied skill sets of any organisation I think you could imagine, and a pool of great talent. So I think there is every confidence we can move into the future adapting to these challenges, and not only that, I think for us as an industry embracing these challenges, we bring in a whole new range of areas that we can begin to increase our service delivery into, such as room booking is obviously a fairly core topic, but things like workplace wayfinding, virtual receptionists, building IoT management, customer dashboards, and a whole new range of services that we are probably the best placed people to deliver. Just about on time.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dan. Is that your one? I did pour you one in case you didn't have one. Thank you very much. Does anybody have any questions or any comments on anything we just said? Brilliant.
You mentioned one of the slides going from capital expenditure to operational expenditure. Currently, the tax breaks the current government has given us is on capital expenditure against your tax bills. Do we need to get the government to look at the way they tax costs to promote this sort of thing?
I'm not an accountant, so that's probably a good place to start that answer. Although I do know with certain clients I have dealt with, they have the ability to make expenditures look more capitalised or more operational. So
the client pushing back on cost would be
yeah.
If they're suddenly looking at 100% of this to be set different tax, if it's a black box, but if it's a service, it's cost.
I think where it becomes really really useful and viable is for startups and businesses with rapid sort of expansion, and it's mitigating the risk. So delivering kind of meeting rooms as a service, or that kind of idea is very appealing to those sort of organisations. But if you're pretty static, rigid organisation and you renew your lease once every 7 years, then it's maybe less valuable.
It's an interesting point. I hadn't even thought of that. I can see that could be an issue. Anybody else got any questions or comments? Okay. Well, it looks like your work here is done.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for giving us such an interesting talk. So if we could put our hands together, please, again for Daniel.
Thank you.
So now it kind of falls to me to wrap up this room for what has been a very interesting day of seminars, as per usual, I should add. I need to say some thank yous. I'd like to say thank you to Malcolm and Anne Cunnings, who are at the back there, who've been looking after us, and also to Daniel Cunnings, who's been doing a lot of the heavy lifting and work. Without their support, we would not be able to pull off all of the AV that you see here and associated streaming. So thank you very much. Obviously, thanks need to go to Ros and her merry women, Colleen and Sarah, who have put so much effort. I know that they make it look effortless, but I can guarantee you so much work goes into this to make it look effortless. So a big thank you to them, and also Phil Price, who takes responsibility for organising the exhibition. So if we could just give them a round of applause, that'd be nice. Personally, I've very much enjoyed the seminars today. So again, a big thank you to Ron, Jamie and Daniel for taking the time to do all the prep work and then to get up and stand and talk to us and then answer our questions and things. So thank you to those three speakers. can't forget our lovely exhibitors who we're off to see and probably have a slice of cake within a minute. But most importantly, you, the membership, for turning out as you have done consistently, even on the brink of a pandemic. The Institute is for you, it serves you, and ultimately it's for us as individuals to input into the Institute, because that's how it operates. So thank you so much for making the effort to come up to this crazy place, Coombe Abbey, that we call home, and I do hope that you'll be able to make the journey again when we inevitably do it all again next year. Thank you very much for coming today.